Okay. So I just got out of a meeting. It was way longer than expected. It started at like 8:50 or something, or 9. So also I had some work I had to do this morning. That's why it's a little bit of a later start today, but as always, my name is Aidan Andrews. I'm a third year undergrad at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. I do AI research, and I have a startup that does AI work in agriculture. Nevertheless, today I have some homework to do tomorrow that I need to get done. Homework 7 in quantum, and also a quiz, week 10 quiz in Stat 420. Obviously can't stream that for obvious reasons, but I can stream my homework, although I don't think I'm going to do my homework yet. This is homework, 6 we said? Homework 7. So this is homework 7 here. It is 3 questions, so not too bad. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Also had a research paper that I wanted to read. What was the name of it? It was, yes. I remember now. What's up, AJ? What's up, Brain? Okay. This is the research paper here. It's turbo quants. Everyone's talking about it. I'm a little bit late to the party, but I wanted to read it later. I think right now I'm gonna go do some work. I have a lot of work to do today. Work on my startup, which I cannot stream, unfortunately. I mean, usually I just turn my screen away, but I guess I can keep my screen on there this time. I'll get my hand cam though. Now let's go to this end. Okay. So apparently, open this, and look at this, and mute this. What's up, Matthias? What AI research are you taking up? Right now, most of my research is in like vision. Most of my research is in vision, LLMs, and data. I'm doing some research in data, which I originally was like, oh, data's stupid, but now that I've found a use case for it, well, I didn't think data was stupid. It was just something I wasn't interested in, really. But now that I've found like an extreme use case for it at our startup, I actually have to do some extensive data research and data engineering, stuff like that. Studying Social Security law. That's fire. Let me first make sure the audio of the stream is good, and then I'm gonna put on some music for myself to listen to. Okay. Audio sounds fine. AI undergrad here too. Any suggestion on what I should focus on? No, of course I don't have suggestions on what you should work on. It's a subjective question. Work on whatever your heart desires. I work on vision because that's what I'm interested in, and that's what I believe the next paradigm shift is going to be in, is in vision. Okay, I'm gonna move this over to here, and let's begin with this. Okay, so I have some big database changes coming up today, so I gotta make sure I log in. What's up, Mr. Aidan? What's up, Mr. Ali? What motivates you to learn? My goals, my dreams, my desires. Learning is definitely a stepping stone to all of those. Are you listening to the same music you put on for us? No. You're gonna hear the song I'm listening to. I'm listening to Salt in the Sea by the Lumineers. Has anyone heard that song before? It's fire. I'm gonna get copyrighted though. I'm gonna get copyrighted. Gotta turn it off. I usually do listen to the same music as you guys, the stream, but I need something a little bit more invigorating this morning. Studying quantum mechanics is fire. Is Claude good for explaining that stuff? I use Gemini usually for quantum, but Claude is also good, or GPT sometimes. I think they're all at this point pretty interchangeable, especially for undergraduate level quantum, like what I'm doing. Have you read this article yet? Not yet. Are you going to read it now? I'm going to read it soon, not now. Yeah, I've already been working for like 3 hours, but I couldn't stream because, well, I guess I could have, but I was eating breakfast, and then I had a meeting, and the meeting lasted much longer, like an hour and 40 minutes. I don't know, I don't usually eat breakfast on stream. I guess I could have, though. I just imagined it would be too noisy. Alright, let me log in. I need to refresh. Oh my gosh. I'm getting a phone call. Because I have to answer it. Hello? go. Alright, now we're back to work. Okay, so I don't know what to put on the screen. I mean, I probably should just stop the screen. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? It's this. Problem set. The problem is I'm going to do this later, so it's going to be on the screen for a while later. Okay, I guess I'll just put this paper on the screen so you guys can read the paper. It's funny. You guys should anyways. This is a good article. Okay, let me get back to work. Let me stop playing around. did have to clean up. Okay, there's 60, bro. There's 81 unused files in the database, or in the code base. What is that? 42 of them? 41. 41 of them are fine to stay. They're just scripts. Or I guess we could clear the scripts, actually. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. I removed those. The tests can stay. Any advice for doing well in Calc 2? Study hard. It's my advice for every class, bro. Nah, I don't know. It depends on what you learn in it, or how they teach it in your school. My school, the class really wasn't that difficult, so there wasn't even much. There's not much advice I could give you. If I took like a hard Calc 2, then maybe I would have something, but it was so trivial in my school. I'm making my decision today. So that doesn't mean I'll have a decision to tell you guys today. It is March 30th, but I have to obviously discuss things first and figure out some things. So I actually probably won't have an answer today. Although I should be closer to having all of this stuff figured out today. Can we know the options? Yeah, my options are to pursue a graduate degree this year, to not pursue a graduate degree this year, to pursue a graduate... Okay, these are my options. I'll tell you at a high level, these are my options. Pursue a graduate degree this year. It's one of my options. Pursue a graduate degree in the future, which is most likely my strongest option, in my opinion. And then don't pursue a graduate degree at all. I'm the most inclined at one or two, or most, I don't even know, most infatuated with one or two. Infatuated is really not the best word to use there, but I'm most interested in pursuing either one or two. 3 is also fine, but, you know. So most likely I'll either do a graduate degree in the fall, or I'll do it again. I'll apply. I guess I'll have to reapply or whatever in 2 years, or 1 to 2 years. I think that's actually the strong. I was looking at people who are typically in PhD programs, and there are students that go straight from undergrad to PhD, but it is kind of rare. A lot of the students that I've worked with and that I've seen had industry experience or like other research experience in between the time that they graduate and when they start their PhD, which I think is really interesting to me, and it might be the best option for me. Additionally, I have only had 3 years of undergrad, so I am only 21 years old. Starting your PhD at 21 is not really common, and for like valid reasons, right? And then also, I don't have much research experience, which I've talked to many professors about this actually, to go into the PhD. So it might be better for me to like kind of take a step back and get more formal experience before I actually apply myself to a PhD. And also, I don't like. I know that I do want a PhD, but I don't know if I really want a PhD right now. I've only done research like pretty recently, and I haven't done like these huge conference proceedings and stuff. So I really do have to get more experience in the field before I really solidify things. But I think like there's a 99 to 100% chance that I don't do a PhD in the fall. What I am considering is doing a master's in the fall, and then going into a PhD later. Because there's no rush to get a PhD. PhD at 25 is a flex, sure. PhD at 25 also means that I miss out on a bunch of things from 21 to 25, if that makes sense. I think right now is a perfect opportunity to gain real world experience, and after you gain that real world experience, you'll have I don't know how to put it, but you'll have a basis for your research. Like right now I'm just researching whatever is interesting to me, which is valid. Like that's something that you should do at any stage, is research stuff that's interesting to you. But I think that having a space of problems that's grounded in real world experience and understanding of how these problems impact and influence society is much stronger than just picking and choosing problems based off of what you're interested in. So actually going out into the real world, seeing how these chains of problems interact with each other, seeing the root of the problems, and stuff like that could maybe help you pick a research direction that's more stable, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to articulate it, especially without like leaking all of my personal information in decision making. I have thought about it extensively, and I've talked to many professors. I've talked to many PhD students. I've talked to admissions committees, all sorts of people. And that is how I've come to my current understanding of things. So I'm very interested in doing this real world experience first. A master's is also a valid option, because masters, you get your toes in the water, if that's even a saying. But also I can easily work while I do my master's, and then pursue a PhD later, or just go straight into industry, which might be the best option, honestly. I'll tell you about all the programs again after today. Today is when the final decision comes out on one of them, on one of my options, and so once I have that one back, then I can tell you what all my options were and the decision that I made. I'm reluctant to say my options before the decision is made, because, well, I really don't have a reason why, but yeah, that's the status of things. I'm not gonna disclose anything until all the cards have settled. I also don't know if that's a saying. I think it is. All the dust has settled. All the dust has settled. That's a saying. Keep and make up new sayings. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what I'm doing right now, actually. Both of those things. That is a correct statement. Speaking of, there was 2 things I needed to get done this morning. Okay, let's clean. Why get a PhD at all? Is it for the LinkedIn flex? I think we all know the answer to that question. Of course it's not for the LinkedIn flex. PhDs are very useful, especially in this day and age. It's very, very clear that the low-hanging fruit of all science in general is kind of gone. You don't have, Isaac Newton and these people were geniuses in their own right. But what I mean to say is you don't have simple answers to complex problems anymore. You do, kind of. Of course, you want the simplest answer to any complex problem. But stuff like F equals MA is not what science requires anymore. Today, science requires very complicated, very niche, and very specific solutions to very specific problems. And of course, the best place to have the knowledge required, or to learn the knowledge required to answer a very specific problem with a very specific answer is a PhD. Right? So, I think a PhD, and in AI specifically, you basically can't, you can do some work, but just ChatGPT the problem. Yeah, you can try that and see where it gets you. Typically doesn't work that well, but more power to you. In my experience, it hasn't yielded the best answers, but go ahead and try, bro. ChatGPT. You actually probably could get away with ChatGPTing like every problem that you have, but ChatGPT as a transformer model is fundamentally capped at human knowledge. So, especially with the way that we benchmark LLMs is by how well they're able to do tasks in comparison to humans. So not only are they capped from a training distribution standpoint, but also at an evaluation, on the evaluation side, we're fine-tuning and training these models in order to mimic humans or to be as good as humans. And a lot of the problems that need solving today don't get solved by being the human baseline or beating the human baseline. They usually come from being very, very, I don't even know smart. You have to be very, very smart. It requires a lot of domain-specific knowledge and problem-solving skills, which you can't get those skills by being average or by being on the human baseline, if that makes sense. You have to be better than humans are currently to have an innovation that humans can't solve currently. And I don't think LLMs will ever be that. They can do a bunch of research humans could do much faster and in parallel and whatever other words you want to use to describe how they're doing it. But at the end of the day, all they are currently is a replacement for current humans, not a standard for future humans. The saying is that LLMs can do today what humans could do yesterday. But science and innovation comes from humans doing stuff today that was only thought to be possible tomorrow. If that makes any sense. Okay. We're gonna clean up the code base too. I entered a ChatGPT wrapper with a few more customizations. We do heavily leverage large is redundant, but pre-trained LLMs. Is it a ChatGPT wrapper? I wouldn't say so. I mean, we do have we are working on that though. We're working on becoming less reliant on these LLMs. Or less tied. We're not tied to OpenAI or Anthropic or any single provider. I do think that they have an incredible moat when it comes to large language models, and so it's very difficult to use LLMs in any business without routing to either Google, OpenAI, or Anthropic. So in that sense, like, yes, we are reliant on them. Although, I mean, we could move to open source models, but then you get into the territory of hosting, fine-tuning, training. And at this stage in the business, it's not worth it to do those things. I do think down the line we will do some things like that, but at this stage, it's entirely not worth it. So we are kind of tied to these bigger players in AI, but I wouldn't classify the entire company as a ChatGPT wrapper. I would say that a lot of our first class native language applications or touch points with the user are reliant on LLMs and OpenAI or ChatGPT or whatever you want to call it. So in that sense, some of the features are essentially ChatGPT wrappers, but at the end of the day, the downstream, the combination of all of the different features is what we're shipping as an app. And that itself is not inherently a ChatGPT wrapper, as it just has far too many features to be labeled as such. And the fact that we're model agnostic is also pretty strong for us not being a ChatGPT wrapper. A lot of the power that these LLMs have in our system come from our custom integrations with them, our tooling, our prompting, our data management, our data sources, the list goes on. The reason I'm slow to come up with new things to add to this list is that there's so many things I'm trying to figure out which are the most important to say. Not that we are so there's so few of them that we would be like a ChatGPT wrapper. I don't know. You guys probably don't even understand what I'm saying. I'm kind of just rambling. I don't even really know what I'm saying at this point. Every startup in this space will route through exactly. I think that's true. Good luck, mate. Thank you, bro. No, I don't think it's bad. I think these questions are good. And they're questions VCs are going to ask me anyways, so I need to be able to answer these questions seriously and competently for when they do. Or not even VCs, also customers, people on the internet, anyone. I mean, it's hard to convince people that you're not a ChatGPT wrapper or that you're not going to get outplayed by one of the big dogs who have way more funding and resources to allocate to solving these problems. But I think we're relatively safe on both of those fronts. So I'm of course biased, but that's why we're moving so fast. That's why I work 1 million hours a week, is because we're trying to get to that stage where none of those companies could even touch us. No startups could touch us. No, you can smell the bias. No big company could just pivot and steal our entire space. Right? We're working really hard to get to that point. And one of the biggest things is the data layer. I mean, you could say the same thing about Palantir. Palantir uses Anthropic and OpenAI models to serve natural language responses to the user. But Palantir, what they do really, really well is data. I was going to put another word on it, but just data. Their data layer allows you to bring in all these disparate data sources and combine them into one single database that's easily queryable, and you can infer and make decisions based off of this single database. We provide something a lot similar in the agriculture space. These farmers have all these different data sources, and the thing that makes it even more challenging than the problem Palantir was solving is that a lot of these data sources, well, Palantir handles some of this stuff as well, but a lot of these data sources are really bad for integrating into a technical system. If farmers have entire databases that live on handwritten paper, an actual database, because it's the best word to categorize the information inside of these binders, is like a database of information. And of course, like, unless you have the current method, the current ag tech method is to have the farmer go in and manually fill out forms for every single piece of paper that they have around the office. But that, of course, is not very optimal. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I just had to do that real quick. I don't even remember what I was saying. I was just rambling. Let me get back to work. Let me get back to work without leaking our entire business plan, our entire business model. Mm-hmm. Leak it to me. I would tell you, actually. I would tell you. Quota? What is this? What's going on? Oh no. Oh no. Wait, what is the problem? Bro, this two-factor authentication is going to be the end of my life. I can't even see production issues without two-factor authentication. I'm trying to look at the logs on production. You exceeded your, yeah, okay, let me see this for more information. Okay, let's see, let's fix this. Platform. Oh, you know what? I think it's because, do we even have billing set up? Go to billing. Yeah, $0. Payment methods. Yeah, okay. Enable auto recharge when credit balance goes before from credit products to 10. $1,000. Let me see. I'll sell the plans to Duncan. No, don't, please. They're our largest competitor. I'm so confused. Such a joke. Oh, they're so stupid. Okay, I fixed it. Yeah, we don't really use it right now. What? Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb, bro. What's the difference between C and C++? There's really not much of a difference. They're just different languages. I mean, at a high level, there's not much of a difference. You can build things in C or C++. C is harder to write. C is harder to write. C is more low level, right? If you want to interface with hardware or something, you usually would use C. Or you want to write like really close to the machine, you would use C. C++ is more standard. I mean, Python is written in C++. I use C++ all the time. There's really effectively no difference. They both serve the same purpose. They are programming languages. It's just about, C fits some use cases better than C++, but C and C++ really are, in my experience, interchangeable. What's the difference between C and C++? Plus plus? Plus plus is the difference. Nice. Bro, my next commit is gonna be minus 1,000,000,000,000 lines of code. Have you received any response to your PhD applications? I answered that question earlier, I think. I don't remember how long ago it was. But yes. Largely, at least. Still waiting on one more. Oh, I see. Bro, what is Mans and Trades talking about? I'm gonna watch that movie, and I'm definitely gonna watch it in the theaters. It's gonna be so tough. I'm really excited. If anyone wants to have a really bad day, they should submit an application for Twilio SMS campaigns under regulatory compliance, and your day will automatically be ruined. So just a quick tip if you wanted to ruin your day. It's literally the worst process anyone in human history has ever gone through. They will deny your application for every reason and be very ambiguous in what you need to do to fix it, and then also they will my pull request is currently at minus 1,886 lines of code plus 0. So it's probably the most senior dev pull request I've ever made in my entire life. Okay, I guess I can fill this out. Maybe I'll do that later, actually. I can fill this out though. I just realized my resume is also out of date. Brag. What? I need to update that before I do anything, but good. Where's Cloudflare? doing MS but still don't know what should I do to be a good ML engineer. What just happened? What can you do to be a good AI ML engineer? Yeah, I don't really know what to say. To be a good AI ML engineer is the same as being good in any profession. Study hard, work even harder. So I would say probably get a job in the field and do that job pretty well. Only you could truly know what it would mean to be a good ML engineer, because good is subjective. So typically people define good by performance reviews that their boss or someone they work with does. You can define good in your own context as well, and that's even harder to interpret from the outside, which is what I am trying to do right now. Because of course that's like the most subjective thing you could possibly think of. Oh, actually, let me just keep that. So, define what it is you want to be good at, or what it means to be good at. Can I just forward this port? What's up, Nahi? How you been, bro? Okay. Now we can go to here. Dang, bro, you have to withdraw. It's tragic. You'll recover though. It's not that big of a deal, bro. It's calc, bro. You'll kill it over the summer. Dude, let's just quantify, like, the pull request is now at plus 192 lines, minus 5,704 lines. I don't know how it's even plus 100. Oh, from the docs. From the docs. Okay, well, the docs are inflating this a little bit. Minus 5,000 lines. Holy crap. The back-end changes are 1,000. What? The backend is 19,495 deletions. 19,000 lines? I just wrote 19,000 lines of code. Oh, I see. No, we have these documents. I had a whole set of test documents. Well, those documents are actually kind of useful, but I put them in S3 as well. Yeah, I have those documents in S3, so it's not a problem. The front end is minus 2,121 lines. Dude, I can't get over this back end is 19,495 lines. And then docs has some changes as well. I don't really care about the documentation though. I mean, I do care, but... Oh, also, there's also fixing the SMS. Whatever. It just gets bundled in there. Well, actually, let me... Okay, so front end and back end are now in sync. We have some changes in the other front ends. That's just for the landing page. We can leave that for now. And let me just push it. Pushed. Wait, was that on main branch? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so this is done. So now we're back on this. We're back to this. Okay. Alright, submitting this Twilio campaign for maybe the 9 millionth time? Is that enough times, or should I do it more? Is that good, or should we do it some more? Maybe they're using an AI detector, and that's why they're denying my request. They're like, your application was completely made with AI. I don't know what else they want from me though. When I did it, they denied it, so. Wait, opt-in message. Oh, I never changed this. Oh, edit. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. I didn't realize this needed to be changed. What? Whatever. What happened? I'm AI. I'm AI. I'm not human. I am AI. You know, freshman year, I actually was in this class called Engineering 100, and it's like this. I mean, I didn't hate the class, but I didn't really like the class. I thought it was really pointless, and so I'd use AI for all my homework. And at one point in the semester, this is first semester freshman year, I didn't check what AI had said. Like, I just copy and pasted from ChatGPT into the thing, and it was like a personal question, and the AI said, as an AI language model, I cannot like answer this question or whatever. And I just copy and pasted it and put it into the assignment, and the professor emailed me and was like, I didn't know you were AI. Let me see if I can find it. They emailed me, they were like, oh, I didn't know you were AI. And I was like, oh crap. I was like, oh crap. So that's what it makes me, whenever people ask me if I'm AI, that's what it makes me sound like. Did you ever fail the class? No, my transcript's on my website in the description, so you can answer that question yourself as well. But no, I haven't. Said AI talking to AI. Nah, literally, bro. Dude, bro, wait, what are the words? Bro, there's like some words that are very AI. Bro, every time I'm in a class and there's like a discussion board and you have to reply to like at least 3 of your classmates or whatever, it's always just AI. So I was like, oh, I really agree with what you said, Samantha. That was really great. And it's just like a bunch of AI talking to AI. Bro, there's like a quintessential AI phrases. That you'll see when you know it's written by AI. Oh, you know what is furthermore? Furthermore, that's one. Bro, they'll be like, yeah, in the discussions or in emails, you can tell when people email you, they'll say like, hope all is well. I mean, people say that typically. I think it's a pretty normal thing to say. But you can tell like when it's AI. It's gonna use like some semicolon or something. Moreover, it's always the transition. It's the transition words. Moreover. Be like, furthermore, I agreed with you. Moreover, I agreed with you even more. Yeah, bro, I've actually like received praise on AI generated essays as well. So I think is a testament to why I should not be writing AI, why I should not be writing essays. ChatGPT is actually really stupid. Sometimes. Sometimes it's really smart though. Cool, a lot of Clawbots in chat. Can't even really say. Yeah, bro, that's what my stream is. It's Clawbot talking to OpenClaw, talking to ClaudeBot, talking to... What is the other name for it? Open something. I don't remember what it was called. What was it called? Does anyone remember? I don't remember. Bro, where is... I'm so confused. Isn't this supposed to come from... Okay. It's arc, yeah, it's arc. It's arc indeed, yeah. Bro, what is this thing doing? finally get to submit this Twilio thing. Okay, if this doesn't get accepted, then I don't know. I don't know what Twilio wants from anybody, ever. Yeah, I just got an email from my professor giving us hints. Yeah, what's good, Harsh? Giving us hints on the homework. So I still haven't started it yet, but the professor's emailing hints like, you know, the homework's gonna be so cooked. Let me see. Should I start the homework? I don't know where my Apple Pencil is. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, I've acquired a bowl of cereal. I've also acquired my Apple Pencil. need to acquire a cable. I have acquired said cable. Accidentally got the cable a little bit wet, so plug the wet end into my iPad and the normal end into my laptop. So worst case, I only lose my iPad, not my laptop. It's only a little bit wet, it'll be fine. Slop Eats. Well, I should have clarified. It's very clean cereal. Has like 5 or 6 ingredients. Some fruit. Obviously milk. Has some pecans. Wait, why am I trying to download this paper? Not what I want to do. I want to download this homework assignment. Why is the download button not working? Hello? Let's try Safari. Professor, I can't do my homework. It won't download. What did happen? Wait, Professor. I legitimately can't do my homework. It won't download. It won't even download from Safari. Maybe I can download it on my iPad. I'm gonna drag. I downloaded it on my iPad. I was about to switch with which note-taking app I use. But there's no point. W rehydrated slop. Dang, bro. Is that the truth? Okay. I have my iPad here. Put it here. Lock that. Move this. Okay, I guess it's gonna go that way for some reason. What if I move it from the other side? Bro, that is the worst way it could possibly get smaller. Okay, let's increase this to go over here. 9320 pixels. Nice. Lock that there. Okay. We have wait, I just realized this is not gonna work, bro. Okay. Let's airdrop this to my iPad or to my computer. Okay, good. I airdropped it to my computer. Now it's gonna work. Trust the process? Why would I do that? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Bro, what is going on? Yo, Adobe Acrobat, what are we doing right now? I fixed it. Adobe Acrobat, I fixed you. Trying to recode Adobe Acrobat in 1 day. Challenge. Bro, I don't think people don't put enough respect on like Adobe Acrobat and like Excel and like Google Docs. Bro, that's some of the best engineered software on the planet. Especially Excel. Like Google Docs is meh, but like Excel and Adobe Acrobat are like, I mean, these are marvels. These are Marvel rivals. I don't even really know what that game is. I just saw it on Reels. Put some respect on their name. Or like any Adobe product actually, now that I think about it. Literally any piece of Adobe software is gonna be insanely cracked and insanely hard to develop. Like literally name any sort of Adobe software, and it's probably like the hardest thing to code that you've ever seen in your life. Okay, AirDrop's not working. It's off, that's why. No, let's not do everyone. Let's do contacts only. My laundry machine is making the most noise anything has ever made ever. Sounds great. I'm really enjoying this. Boom. Now my iPad is frozen. Alright, bro. Are we serious? Do we hear this laundry machine, bro? Bro, my iPad is frozen. Is it right behind your setup? Nah, bro, it's in the other room. It's just that loud. Bro, that is insane. Nah, but I can mute it. Hold on. Let me lock in. Look, ready? 3, 2, 1, gone. The noise is gone, right? Yeah, but now my voice sounds bad, doesn't it? Alright, the rocket ship of a laundry machine is done. Boom. This homework file literally just disappeared. Oh, here it is. Okay. After some technical difficulties, we now have my homework assignment. For real this time. Oh my gosh. I just spilled milk on my tie. Okay. Apparently, I'm supposed to know how to answer this question. But That, of course, is not the case right now. So instead, I'm going to see if I can find the answers in the textbook. Because it will make my life a lot easier. I don't even know what chapter we're on. I legitimately don't know what chapter we're on. Where's homework 7? 4.3 and 4.4. Okay, I'm actually gonna get these gosh, bro. Okay, here's the hints for question 1. That's what he says. Green's theorem from Calc 1. No, I think that's Calc 3 actually. It's fine now. How TF? I just spilled cereal on my iPad now too. This is very not optimal for proper learning engagement. Okay, let me finish this bowl of cereal, because I've never seen bro eating. I usually don't eat. I usually starve myself. No, I'm lying. I'm bulking, bro. Gotta hit 4,000 calories a day. I had 1,000 calories at breakfast. This bowl of cereal is 400 calories. It's really high in calories. A bunch of protein though this morning. And then my dinner is actually an absurd amount of food. Just a completely ridiculous amount of food. And I meal prepped yesterday for all week, so I'll have food every day. Well, hopefully it lasts me every day. Depends on how much you eat. How much protein? I eat about 200 grams of protein per day. A clean bulk? There's no such thing as a dirty bulk. Just say you're fat, bro. Nah, bro, my body's a temple. I would never dirty bulk. All the food that enters my body is super clean. Super clean, whole ingredient, right from the earth. Alright. Whoa. What is going on? Who invented gravity, bro? It's literally destroying my clothes. My whole outfit is covered in water and milk and cereal. This Isaac Newton guy is really getting on my nerves. Bro, it's still dripping water on me. I don't know what's going on. I'm new to this whole gravity thing. Okay. I'm temporarily refueled. Dirty bulk is the only way? I never put dirty food into this body that the Lord has gifted me out of the kindness of their heart. Well, they don't have a heart, but... Is bro using they pronouns for God? Is that valid or what? Okay. Let's do my homework and stop talking. Okay, angular momentum. Maybe I'll read a little bit of the textbook to see what's going on. This is just like recap of basic, everyone knows physics though. Angular momentum. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Quantum operators. Bro, the dryer is even more annoying than the washer. It's much more subtle, but dude, that has to be like the most annoying noise that something could make. Thought we could do no headphones to preserve my ears, but bro, I'm not gonna lie. We need something. We need something in my ears right now. Icelandic scare? I'm scared. I'm scared. Am I getting baited? No, I'm not getting baited. It's yogurt. Bro, I have yogurt. I have yogurt. Alright, alright. This is family friendly, bro. Can I resize this while keeping the same dimensions? Yeah. Why is it? Noise. Noise. Okay, now that it's larger, I can actually read it. It's not microscopic. Okay, so they turned momentum into operators. Obviously, it's really straightforward. In terms of eigenvalues of the angular momentum, algebraic technique. This is the same thing we did in chapter 2, bro. The operators do not commute. The only operators here that fail to commute are X. Wait, how do they prove that it doesn't commute? They don't prove it? xy equals z, yz equals x, and zy equals y. What about yx? Whatever. Incompatible observables. Why? X, Y, and Z are incompatible observables. According to the generalized uncertainty principle. Okay. Would therefore be futile for states that are 7. I see. On the other hand, does commute with Lx equals 0. Is that right? Or more compactly? What is the motivation for wanting to know this? Oh, I see. It's just any of them. Okay, fine. Yeah, see, I told you. It's the same thing as 2.3.1. It's the ladder raising and lowering operators. Blah, blah, blah. Some math. Reintroducing the raising and lowering operators, whatever. Continue. And we get this final. So the eigenvalues are mh, where m, the appropriateness of this letter will also be clear in a moment. Oh, it goes from negative L to L. Yo, this is quantum. This is quantum numbers, bro. Is it magnetism? Isn't that right? Isn't that what it's supposed to mean? The magnetism? It's from chemistry or intro to quantum. L equals negative L plus N. Okay. L equals N by 2. Okay. So L must be an integer or a half integer. Okay. Stupid. By the numbers L and M. Okay, so these are the eigen functions. Something. So these are the eigenfunctions, and these are the eigen... Oh no. This is the eigenvalue, and this is the eigenfunction. Right, that's how that works, right? Like lambda is eigenvalue, I think so. L equals this, and ML equals that. Bro, this is literally quantum. This is literally intro to quantum, bro. Why is everything the same? It's a diagram and figure. Yeah, it's a momentum. So the magnitude is greater than the maximum z component. I don't know what it's talking about. Along the z direction, sounds absurd, blah, blah, blah. Okay, can we see if there's a question is in the textbook or not? Okay. Prove that, show that for any spherically symmetric and time-independent potential, the expectation value of the angular momentum must be time-independent. This is one statement of the conversation, angular momentum in quantum mechanics. Hey, is this like what I'm doing? Prove that for a particle and a potential, the rate of change of the expectation value of the orbital element is equal to the expectation value of the torque? What? Wait, what? Aren't we proving that this is 0? In a what? Oh, spherically symmetric. And time-independent potential. Oh, see, this is just a potential. But this is spherical. Maybe it's not time-independent. Well, it's just saying V of R, so that doesn't that imply that it's time-independent? Isn't this like the same question? Is the absolute value of torque 0? R cross minus grad V? No, it's not going to be 0. Listen, no, it doesn't need to be 0. Should I do... Oh, here. This is a question. There's one form of the quantum statement of conservation of angular momentum. Look, it's the exact question that I meant to answer on my homework. How was Ramadan? Ramadan was fire, bro. It was pretty chill, honestly. The middle, or the end, I was like, dang, this is harder than I thought. But then I realized I wasn't eating breakfast. And once I started so I would wake up at 4:30 every single day during Ramadan. I'd go to bed around like 9 or 10 p.m. And the days that I wouldn't eat like a really big, like some days I would be lazy and I would wake up and I would eat like a granola bar and drink some water and then go back to bed. And those days were miserable. But the days that I actually locked in and ate breakfast like a normal functioning human being, I felt really great. So Ramadan was pretty easy when I was actually fully satiated, but some of the days were harder because I was lazy. But it was really good. I got to stream a lot more in Ramadan too because I was up earlier in the morning. So I had more time to stream. But I mean, I wake up at like 5:30 or 6 o'clock now. So Muslim MMA fighters do it and still train. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. It's honestly not that bad though. I think people exaggerate it a little bit. I mean, the only constraint is that you can't eat between the hours of sunlight, and that's really not that challenging. It's maximum like 12 hours, and you typically go 12 hours. The human body can easily go 12 hours without eating or drinking anything. I mean, you already do it at least like 8 to 10 hours per day just when you're sleeping, depending on how much time you spend sleeping. And a lot of people don't drink water or eat food when they wake up anyways. So I would say like a good portion of people inadvertently fast for 12 hours every single day. So I wouldn't say it's something that's like crazy hard. Now you do add some constraints and then it becomes harder, like training for MMA, which is crazy. And then also if you have obligations during the day, like I still had to work during the day from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and that constraint was really the hardest part, because if I didn't have hours of work or class or something, I would just sleep during the day and just become nocturnal during Ramadan. Although I don't know if that's allowed. But right, it seems like the most trivial solution to the problem. Okay, he's giving this hint as if this question is not easy. I just wanted to share a couple of hints for problem 1. You're working directly in spherical, expressing the angular momentum in spherical coordinates, and then since you then have to do some multivariable calculus, a bit of algebra, you should be able to express the Laplacian operator. Laplacian? L is angular momentum. What are you talking about, Laplacian? Chat. He's trolling, right? Laplacian? No, I think he's trolling. I think he sent us this to throw us off. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. You might... No, you shouldn't need a Laplacian, though. You don't need a Laplacian, bro. What is he talking about? In terms of the Laplacian L squared operator, this can be used to compute the commutator. Whoa. Nah, bro. We're not doing what he says. Okay. I'm confused. Okay, so look. Show that for any spherically symmetric and time-independent potential, spherically symmetric and t-independent potential is going to be given by V, oh no, capital V, V of R, where R is a vector. Consider spheric. Wait, what am I doing? Consider spherically symmetric and time-independent potential V of R. Wait. For any spherically symmetric potential, this is one form of the Okay. Okay. So then we're saying V of R equals V of little r, of just normal r. Because it's spherically symmetric. So vector direction shouldn't matter, right? Is that what that means? Whatever. Let's continue. Then we're going to take grad of V. Wait, hold on. Let me actually piggyback off this problem to define the expectation value of angular momentum. I don't think it's defined in the textbook, although it should be. That's kind of ridiculous that it's not. The expectation value, did anyone define the expectation value anywhere? No. Let's just Google it. Expectation value angular momentum operator. Expectation value equals psi L psi. Oh yeah, thanks. Really helpful. Really, this is this is really helpful. Obviously, I want the closed form for it. Oh, I see. M h bar L squared. Oh, it's different for the individual components? What? Oh yeah, really helpful, thanks. Are we joking? Okay, so it's, oh yeah, you need it for each component. Wait, what is it asking for the total? Is it supposed to be a squared? No. L? Orbital angular momentum? What? Wait, is it supposed to be squared, bro? Is my formatting wrong? No. What? It's supposed to be squared, right? Wait, where did the hint go from the lecture or from the email? It's supposed to be squared, I think. I'm actually, why am I actually confused right now? Not supposed to be this way, right? I'm supposed to know the answer, I thought. Yeah, L. Okay, let's write this down. Let's just start writing things down. Okay, we have written stuff down. This is actually going to be helpful because if we can just piggyback off of this, then we can prove that under the condition, this is equal to 0. And of course, that just means we have to prove negative grad V is 0. Or, no, negative grad V could also be anything, what is that, perpendicular? Anything perpendicular to R, which of course can be R hat or something else. Okay, wait, hold on, let me think. I think I'm just gonna teleport to the end. I'm just gonna teleport to the end. Hopefully they don't take marks off for this, but like this question is asking us to prove that this is the case for any arbitrary potential that's time independent, and I'm sure they do this in the solution to this question, but they're not asking me to do this. So I'm just going to pull out this, the qued statement by 4.23. We know d dt Wait, how is a torque a vector? I guess it makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense actually. Okay, so continuing, thus, dt equals r vector cross minus grad v. Okay. To prove, okay, I'll actually put this above this. Period. In order to prove this blah 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 dt equals 0, we need to show minus grad v is perpendicular to r. or minus grad v equals 0. Okay. Okay. Consider and time independent potential V of R equals V of R, then grad V equals the partial of V partial of R hat, no, just R, in the R hat direction. Okay. Wait, I have a question. Oh, wait, hold on. What is this? No, it's not. Wait, it's parallel. Wait, is that what we wanted to prove? We want to prove it's parallel? No, we want to prove that it's perpendicular. Wait. Wait, no, we want to prove that they're parallel. Dude, I'm really bad at math. We want to prove that they're parallel. Oh, stupid. That's dumb. We need to prove that they're parallel. Yeah, okay. That's why I had to ask ChatGPT. I was like, what is going on? Why do I want these to be perpendicular, but they're clearly not? Boom. Melatonin? Do I have melatonin? Beard? I don't really have a beard. Bro, I know bro, I already said this earlier, bro. I said I'll have an answer. Oh, I didn't see that you sent a message earlier. I will make my decision today. That's what I said. I didn't say that I would announce my answer today. So, that being said, I don't have an answer right now, actually. There's literally nothing you could do to get an answer out of me either, because I just don't have an answer for you. Okay, I'll give you an answer in 2 weeks. I'll give you an answer in 2 weeks. That's chill. That works for me. What's your major? My major is physics. Masters? Possibly. Masters, PhD, work. These are all on the table as of now. I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Code for I didn't say that, Alex P. I said it's on the table. I guess. I don't know. I'll just stop talking. No, I did go into it more in depth earlier though, Alex. I'm from Germany. What are you doing? I'm from the United States, and I'm doing quantum mechanics. Serious business is being done. It's actually quite the contrary right now. It's like the opposite of serious business. Maybe later. I have a meeting at 4 p.m., which is serious business talk. But right now I'm doing just undergraduate schoolwork, like the opposite. Studying chapter 4 of Griffith. You talking about QM or electricity and magnetism? Quantum mechanics or electricity and magnetism? Alright, bro. More angular momentum operator questions. Bro, this might have been the easiest question I've ever done. I don't know why they would need, why anyone would ever need a hint on that question. Just read the textbook, bro. The answer's right there. Practice with spherical harmonics? Oh, nah. L squared and LZ take the form this, while the first few spherical harmonics that take the form this. Show that the listed harmonics are properly normalized and orthogonal to each other. Bro, so what? They just want to waste my whole life answering this single question? Dude, this is literally gonna take all of my breath. All of my breaths left on this earth will go to me answering this question. Please be in the textbook. Okay, continue going down this stuff. We want y of 0, 0. Go. Yo, is this question not in the textbook, actually? This question actually not in the textbook. I'm actually getting really upset. It's sad. Oh, brother. Okay, let's prove that these are properly normalized. Okay, A, we get 1 over 4 pi plus 3 over 4 pi. Wait, hold on, this is not right. 1 over pi. Wait, hold on. No, this doesn't work. Wait, how do I prove that these are normalized? Well, sine and cosine are orthogonal by nature, so... Okay, now I don't know how to answer this question, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie to you, buddy. Let me get some assistance by the all-knowing. Okay, the all-knowing is thinking, and will give me assistance shortly. QM, it's fire, bro. Solid state diagrams 5 minutes ago. I did that a while ago. I think, if we're talking about the same thing at least. Does this level of physics require calculus? Yes. I mean, yes is kind of an understatement. I mean, okay, last exam was a lot of calculus. Here, we can go over my last exam. Like there was a lot of calculus on this exam. Actually, it wasn't really that much calculus. It was a lot of concepts, though. Yeah, a lot of concepts, but now it's all algebra, linear algebra to be specific. Up to what level of calculus is required for your physics major? Again, I mean, like, calculus was derived out of physics. If that answers your question. Like, Isaac Newton developed, well, if you believe Isaac Newton was the originator of calculus, there are two competing and believed to be separate realizations of calculus, but Isaac Newton is the quintessential example. Isaac Newton developed calculus in order to represent his physics. He had theories and things he wanted to prove in physics, and he needed a mathematical way to express those, and so he developed calculus. So inevitably, my physics major is deeply tied to calculus. So I wouldn't say there's even a level of calculus that is required for your major, as it is like almost entirely calculus in some of these classes. So I would say, I mean, bare minimum, this is the bare minimum required to graduate, is to thoroughly know calculus 1, 2, 3, and 4. I say 4 with like the asterisks because it's most often called like differential equations. Although differential equations really is not math, in my opinion. I don't think it's real math. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to call differential equations. But it doesn't really feel like math. Or like its own, I should say, its own like area in math. A differential equation is kind of like modeling applications of calculus. and it's these people solving all these made-up equations for these independent use cases or applications. So I wouldn't say it's like a math concept or domain or subject or something. I don't know. Whatever. But all of calculus, I mean, I'm about to just slave away doing calculus right now. That's why I was like, why would they ask this question and why would they make me do this? Okay, to prove the listed spherical harmonics are probably normalized and orthogonal, we compute the inner product of a harmonic with itself over the entire solid angle d phi, which must equal 1. Yeah, this is not like in the textbook, right? Was this supposed to be in the textbook? I don't even see integrals here. Inner product? Like, is the textbook supposed to teach us these things first, or do we just like have to use this all-knowing power of intelligence? I don't see this in the textbook like at all. I mean, here's the first question. Apply the rate, or this one. What is L raising operator of L or something? I don't even know what that is. Y L to L. These are spherical harmonics. That's what they're called. Doesn't seem like these are defined anywhere in the textbook. Unless I'm missing something. L plus equals this. Yeah, the raising operator of L. Okay. So let's go to 4.25, please. Top of the ladder. What? LZ. Okay, I guess we can take this inner product, but I really don't see where this is defined in the textbook. Okay, so we're gonna take the inner product and we integrate over sine theta, d phi. So we need to take any of these. We're gonna take the absolute value of y. It's gonna be yn comma m squared sine theta d phi normalized if and only if this equals that. If this equals that. Okay, let's do this for 0, 0. Let's just go ahead and do it. So we're gonna have 0 to 2 pi and 0 to pi. Just skip all the stuff. Just skip it all. Let's just continue skipping. Oh. Okay, I am gonna write this because It's normalized, bro. Like, I just did the integral in my head. Like, what's the point of having to write all this out? Okay, we of course don't have any theta or phi dependence. We just get 4. We get 2 plus 2. 2 plus 2 is 4. We have 4 pi over 1 by 4 pi. Okay, let's keep it separate. We have 1 over 4 pi times 2 times 2 pi equals 1. Next integral y of 1 comma 0 squared sine theta d phi. No phi dependence, you just get 2 pi. So we're gonna have 3 over 4 pi times 2 pi times sine cosine 0 to pi. You'll take u equals sine, du equals cosine d phi, or d theta. What is it? What are we doing again? We're gonna get 0, sine of 0, 1, 1 to 0. Wait, sine of 1. Wait, hold on. What? No, sine of pi, sorry. Is 0. So we're gonna get 1 to 0 of u squared over 1. It's just gonna be minus 1. It's gonna be 6. Wait, hold on. 2. 2 over 3. Wait, no, sorry. It's gonna be, 2 over 3. Yeah. I believe. Wait, no, this is wrong. It's gonna be 0. Okay. It's gonna be 0. It's gonna be 0. It's gonna equal 0 because you get a lot of nonsense. Cosine sine, it's gonna be 0. It's gonna be 0. So this equals the same. It's gonna be the same for this one. These are the same. Okay, so that's it. I didn't really do the math, but it's fine because I did it in my head. Okay. Verify that these spherical harmonics are indeed orthogonal. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. No. I'm wrong. I did this incorrectly. Reverse time. I messed up. What is going on? Equation 4.33. Equation 4.33. Where's that at? Why is it so far away? Oh wow, it is way up here. Oh my gosh, it's the exact question I'm doing. Problem 4.4. No way. Good comms, bro. Good awareness. Obviously I have zero awareness. Oh wait, no, I'm not doing that exact one. I'm doing 1, 0. I'm actually doing 1, 0, so. He's 21, I think. I am 21. I am 21 indeed. I was born on January 30th, 2005. Bro, a financial hold is on your student account because your balance is past due? Yo. Why does the school even want more money from me? I thought I'm on scholarship. What do they need more money for, bro? I'm about to gulp when I see the balance due. Someone tell me. Yo, chat, who wants to pay my tuition? Apparently, there's a hold on my student account. It's fine, I don't have to register for classes. Yo. Bro, why is tuition getting more expensive? Holy crap. Bro, what do they even want? How much do they want? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, there's gonna be a hold on my account for a while. Yo, why is my federal Pell Grant so low? Where's my others? Where's my other scholarships, bro? I thought I already accepted my scholarship for this semester. Did I not do that? Yeah, 2025, 2026. Yeah, period, January 20th to May 14th. Oh, I guess I didn't get that much money. What is this? What is federal work study? Fund? Federal work study fund. What is this? The federal work study program provides part-time on-off for undergraduate students with financial need and to earn money. What does it mean that I have this on my thing? Let's ask ChatGPT. My GPA is 3.9. It's pretty good. What? How do I do that? Wait, apparently I could have more, I could do more, I could get more money than I'm so confused. I'm confused. I need to talk to the Office of Financial Aid. So confused. You need an on-campus job to get it? So, but why is it on my financial aid history? It says they've paid me this much money, but that's not, I don't think that's true. I've been getting paid in my bank account from my job, but I think this is separate. Let me just check my bank account really quickly. Gulp. But why is everyone taking money from me? Why is everyone taking money away from me? Okay, let me see what this is saying. What a drag. Someone emailed Donald Trump and asked him to pay my tuition. Can someone do that for me? Your chat. How do I... Yo, this tuition thing is now making me want to drop out of college. Nah, just kidding. I'm just kidding, bro. I love university and I love that they take all my money all the time. And then email me and restrict me from registering for classes. Good thing I graduate in a month and a half, just about. A month and a half. I wonder if they'll give me my diploma if I don't pay tuition. You think they'll sue me? Will they actually come after me for the tuition, or can I just leave it and hopefully someone else will pay it for me? I'm studying math too. That's fire. We need funding for the new football stadium. No, but seriously, bro. Like, bro, like, that football stadium is so nice. Like, why do I have to continue paying tuition? Bro, the coach gets paid like 10 mil. I don't think, I think the athletics are self-funded, though. So I think they are mutually exclusive. So I don't think that's actually a valid argument, but some of the other stuff is. Oh, it shows up on your aid, but if you don't use it, you don't get it. I know that tuition crazy. It's absolutely ridiculously insane. Yeah, base out of state base tuition. I'll just tell you how much they're charging me. I'm not gonna tell you how much I'm paying after like scholarships and everything, but I'll tell you exactly how much they're charging me. Where's my? How do I see this? Wait, I actually don't know how to see this. Financial pages. Education. This page? Oh yeah, here. Okay. Transaction history, maybe? No. Transaction history. Statement history? Okay. I'm confused, right? How much is it? I'm asking ChatGPT. He's gonna have to calculate this. How much per year? Bro, ChatGPT, lock in, bro. Congrats on graduating soon. Yeah, thanks, bro. Who's gonna fund NIL players? No, I think they're self-funded, bro. Wait, hold on. I need to make sure this is right. Okay, total charges. Total charges $56,000. Okay. In 2024, the school requested for the tuition $55,342.98. Who is paying that, bro? Like, what? No, not for one semester. For both semesters, bro. Yeah, for one semester. Yeah, state school charging $50K per semester. Alright, nah, bro. I don't think that's even possible. Oh, I guess tuition went down. I guess tuition went down for 2025, 2026. Oh, so far. Wait, hold on. It's gonna be... Yeah, it's still less. It's still cheaper. Yeah, it's only... Not only. It's about $10,000 cheaper this year for some reason. Why is that? Oh, you know what? It's because I've been taking less classes. Yeah, I only did 18 credit hours this semester, and last semester, maybe I did 20. Last semester, maybe I did 20. Yeah, because the previous years I was doing like more than that, and I was taking the summer. I didn't take any summer classes. I'm done. I'm low-key done doing this homework for right now. I'm gonna do the rest tomorrow because I need to get back to work. Okay, my GPA is still 3.9. I was actually kind of worried about that. Oh no. I was actually kind of worried, but it's okay. Yo, this semester, we're really gonna have to hold our breath. This semester, we're really gonna have to hold our breath. Okay, time tickets, good afternoon. That your time ticket is available to view in self-service. Register for classes. Yo, imagine having to register for classes. Some children stuff, bro. Us grown folk, we're graduating. Us grown folk, we're graduating. We don't need none of that. I shouldn't do this question right now. That's what we said, right? Yeah, I think that's what I said. Wait, this was actually right. It is 2/3. Okay. So we'll just finish this one part. I'm gonna 3/8 pi. So again, oh no, there is a phi dependence this time. Plus or minus I phi. How do you go about doing an integral like that? Oh, it doesn't matter. It cancels out because it's squared. Okay, so it drops out. Then you don't have any phi dependence, actually. So you have 2 pi, and then you have 4/3. And this is just going to equal 1. Check, check, check. Okay, they're orthogonal because, well, they're probably just orthogonal, like they're just orthogonal, bro, like they are. Well, cosine and sine are definitely orthogonal. Well, I don't think it actually matters. Okay. Is the integral alright, let's will contain the integral 0 to 2 pi e to the I m minus m prime phi d phi. Okay, so all contain that, and so m equals 1, m equals 0. It's just gonna be 0 and 1, or 0, 1, or negative 1. If m does not equal m prime and m comma m prime are in the set from -1 to 1, then this integral e to I m minus m prime phi d phi equals 0. Thus, thus what? Which ones do we even have? Wait, hold on. Well, thus wait, is there an orthogonal to symbol. Oh, just perpendicular. My fault. I literally used that earlier. Those are orthogonal, and these ones are orthogonal. This one. But now we have, consider y 0, 0 and y 1, 0. Where m equals m prime equals 0. So the integral does not vanish, and we now have to evaluate this. So we will get the double integral of blah blah blah. Which one? Yeah, we'll do this one. So we're gonna have root 1 by 4 pi times root 3 by 4 pi, right? Cosine theta, sine theta, d theta, d phi. This is 0 to pi. This is 0 to pi. And we have no phi dependence. So we're going to get 2 pi root 1 by 4 pi, root 3 by 16 pi. The single integral 0 to pi, cos theta, sine theta, d theta. Oh wait, this is just root 3 by 4 pi, yeah. Oh, pi squared. I almost forgot the pi squared. Good catch. Root 3 by 4 pi. Forgot the pi squared. Okay, equals 0, I guess? I don't know. U equals, just do like some U equals sine du equals blah 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 blah, and you're gonna get some blah blah answer, and it's gonna equal 0. Nice. So orthogonality. Orthogonality. What a terrible, terrible thing to have to prove. Close the iPad. Get this treacherous quantum mechanics out of my face forever. No more will we enslave ourselves to the whims of quantum mechanics. Unbelievable. How dare it attempt to ruin my life. Always wanted to learn physics? Yeah, me too, bro. Oh hey, my iPad's leaking everything, all of my information. Oh nice. more cables. Okay, I'm gonna switch the song that I'm listening to actually, because this is just gonna put me to sleep. Okay. Someone says, run rmrf/. Okay. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1. What? Okay. A Zen user? Oh, heck nah. No, you haven't, bro. I use Arc. Were you good at math before starting college? Well, define good. By any metric that I would use now, absolutely not. By absolutely any metric that I would use now, I would say I was a complete novice. when it came to math. Like, complete novice. But, yeah, pretty good at math now. But again, good is entirely subjective. Compared to math PhDs, I'm not very good at math. Compared to math Olympiads, I'm not very good at arithmetic. Well, I guess that wouldn't even be math Olympiads. Like speed math competitors, not very good at arithmetic. Not very good at geometry. But you need some metric to quantify like what you mean by good. Because I am right now in my head comparing myself to like people who are really good in all of those fields. So who knows? You would need some quantifiable metric to discern whether someone is good at something. And math is such a broad range of things. Did I know math coming into university? Yes, I knew some math. Did I know complex calculus? No. Did I know differential equations? No. Did I know linear algebra? No. Did I know... I don't even know what else is there. Discrete math? No. Right, like I learned all that in university. I came into university with 0 credits, if that gives you any insights. Absolutely 0 credits. Every single unit that I've earned towards graduation has been between August 2023 and March 30th, 2026. Literally every single credit has been in that time window. See, that's what I'm talking about, Nahi. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is our metric? Like, that kid would probably roll me in any sort of arithmetic. But, I mean, I bet I can... Actually, I don't know. They're pretty strong at everything. I would say the most likely things that I could maybe beat them in is linear algebra and calculus. But even then, both of those... I took the classes so long ago that at this point, the only information I know about each in my brain are things that I use and like through applications, if that makes sense. Like, I actually don't really know either that well, just objectively. But in terms of what I need to use them for, I know them very well. And be good at stats? I'd say I'm like mediocre at stats. I do love stats though. This is gonna get really hairy. Oh, that's what it was already? Oh. Yeah. This is the correct implementation. Well, we actually don't need to track it in the Codebase table. Okay. My concha. I see them heavy eyes. It's my allergies, bro. Look, it's my allergies. Is my eye red? Is one of my eyes red? It's my allergies. I have seasonal allergies. Are you interested in GPU programming? Not really, but I've had to, unfortunately, interface with CUDA and stuff a lot. Not really Triton, but CUDA a lot. And sometimes Mac OS has some alternatives, some like the ARM-based hardware acceleration. But I haven't done any like CUDA programming. I was going to look into the paper TurboQuant, which should give some insights into some of that stuff. What are you studying right now? I'm not studying anything. The screen is misleading. I'm working on my startup. Maybe I'll change the screen. Let's see. Let's go to. Look. This is my. This is our website. Should I make it full screen? Okay, I was looking at that. There. This is our website. Now the screen's not really that misleading. And there's a little animation there. Let me make it normal size. I have my browser really small. Bro, what is my computer doing? Okay, there we go. Oh, it's frozen. Oh, it freezes when I'm not on the screen. It freezes when the page is not. It freezes when the page is not. Okay, we'll freeze on farming. How can I integrate SQL into my Google AI Studio project? Google AI Studio. Can you? I don't know. I don't know how to do that. I don't use Google AI Studio. I don't think I ever have either. Won't hurt if you just lay in bed and close your eyes for 2 minutes. It will hurt. It'll hurt me. Yo, my concho is really nice. I love these affirming words that you're spreading. I'm a physics major. Do you mostly vibe code the website? Yeah, I'm vibe coding my entire company. Okay, that actually, I don't want that to be taken out of context. I'm obviously joking. I mean, you can't vibe code anything seriously. You can vibe code maybe some UI stuff, sure. But, I mean, if you want to have if you're coding anything that's serious at all, I mean, you obviously can't vibe code it. It's ridiculous. Yo, Mike Honcho is really a nice guy for real. But yeah, I mean, I think Mike Honcho, though, although he is blunt, he is right. I mean, obviously, ask ChatGPT something like that. Not me. Can I see the back end? Like, of course not, bro. What do you think? What do you think I'm gonna say to that? Like, yeah, oh yeah, here's all the back end code. Here's what we've been working on before we're public. Before we're a public company, here's everything we've been working on and all the engineering that we've done. That might be the worst idea anyone's ever thought of. Bro, our CEO said, like, it was almost too much. Well, I guess he's not a CEO, but one of my co-founders said that it was already, like, sharing too much information. He's scared. Not scared, but like he didn't want other people seeing this stuff. That's how secretive they want to be. You know me, I would be open. I don't care. I'd stream the whole thing if it was up to me. Even my API keys for the people. I just found a really elegant solution. I just found possibly a very elegant solution. This is why you can't rely on AI. This is why you can't vibe code, bro. I just thought of using this thing here. I thought of something that could possibly be a very elegant solution to our problem. That the agent helped me uncover that this was the best solution, but it didn't recommend it. And of course, bro, this is the problem. Okay, like this chat that I'm in right now with this agent is 35 messages long. We've had 35 messages, 0 lines of code written. And if I had just, like, this is like what the quintessential vibe coding is, like the first message of the chat. Instead of like continuing the discussion and the research, I said like implement, like go ahead and let's implement whatever the naive solution would be to the first initial message. I would have some code in the code base that is very, very suboptimal. But now we've uncovered what the actual problem is, understood the solution space of the problem, deeply thought about the use case and the reason why we need to implement something like this, and we're working towards figuring out the best answer. This chat has had 7 sub-agents so far. 7 sub-agents. This current sub-agent, his name is Maxwell. He is inspecting the Codebase schema and relevant backend code to evaluate a polling/reconciliation worker for SQL projection refresh. I don't think that leaks a lot of information. It doesn't. You have no idea what we're projecting to. You have no idea what data we're even talking about. But that is what the sub-agent is doing. And it's very necessary. And we'll see what it says. Timestamp-based detection, better than I expected. No, I'm using Codex right now with GPT 5.4 extra high. That's why it's taking so long to get responses. But I also have Cursor Auto open right now. It's not currently doing something right now, but it's open. And then my main model on Cursor is Max Mode Opus 4.6, 1 million context window, maximum effort thinking. But right now I was just on auto because I had some like very, very simple code changes that I needed, and then I also wanted to create a list of files that are completely unused by the main tree of code. And I deleted like so much code. My most recent commit was minus 14,000 lines, I believe. Let me go to the backend repository. Let's check this branch. This branch is called cleanup and blah, blah, blah. The rest of the name of the branch is kind of revealing. Okay, so the first commit was minus 19,495 lines, and the second commit was minus 0 plus 1. Oh yeah, the second commit was fake. I just needed to put a commit message with some useful information in the commit history so I didn't forget it when I make the pull request. How much do you spend on model subscriptions a month? $240 a month. They 100% pay themselves though. They 100% pay themselves. I get much more than $200 a month use out of it, and like literally I get paid more than $200 a month, of course. And I use those agents to help me do my work in all of those jobs. Yeah, I mean, it literally pays for itself without, like, I wouldn't even need to be on the startup. But if I wasn't building this startup, then I wouldn't be on the $200 a month subscription. I only moved to the $200 a month Cursor subscription because I was, like, consistently running out of usage while building this startup, especially at the beginning when I had, like, a substantial code rewrites and stuff. Like, right now I'm at 40% usage, and I still have 19 days left in my current usage cycle. I don't think I can even upgrade past $200 a month, can I? I would if I could. I'm pretty sure it's the highest. Okay, now I think the LLM is lying to me. He half denied my solution that I thought I was a genius for coming up with, and claims that this solution that he's recommending conforms to the constraints that I have defined, but like step one of his solution already circumvents one of those constraints, or not circumvents, but I think doesn't adhere to one of those constraints. Put an after insert or update or delete. Oh, I see. What is it? What's the word for things that don't overlap? Independent? I guess it's fine. Parallel? No. Not in that sense. Like there's no overlap between these tasks. Like these tasks do not have any overlap between what they involve. I guess files or whatever. Disjoint. Yeah, disjoint is a good word. Yeah, I think disjoint is the best word. Having no elements in common. Yes, disjoint is the best. Yeah, good job. Mike Honcho, the genius, the very big brain guy in chat. Automatically compacting context. The scariest text you could ever see in your life. No, it's not that scary, but it's just I already have a full message typed to to inject very useful context back into the LLM. Because automatically compacting context can get really scary, especially if it drops out some very important information, which I know it would do for this task. Thankfully, I try to break up the task into very manageable size. I was trying to say two things at the same time, but it's much more manageable. So the amount of context needed to solve each individual problem is not like incredibly high, which makes it much easier on the LLM, especially as context window rises. Usually the context window for a task like this especially is going to be largely represented by files, code files, which honestly do not need to be in context. As long as it knows some summary of it, which compacting context does, is summarize what it's found, then we're completely fine. But the ideas and the concepts that I'm introducing and that we have, and the solutions to problems that we have come to, need to remain in context no matter what. Is non-negotiable. My vocabulary has gotten worse, like substantially worse. Because every single day I wake up and I realize I know less words than I knew the day before. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Answer your IUC question. Are you gonna say good job to me? Why not just separate? Separate is fine, but disjoint is better. There needs to be absolutely no overlap between the two, like in all senses. Separate could be, yeah, it's too, I think it might be too vague. Mike Honcho already answered. Imagine someone tracking your hand camera and recording exactly what you're typing. How crazy is that? Yeah, you could do that, but it wouldn't help you that much. I mean, it's not like I'm typing like API keys. Okay, what's going on over here? Sorry, I was just sending something in the Discord. Yeah, go ahead and do it. Answer UIUC question. I don't know what you're talking about. What's the UIUC question? Oh, does UIUC provide its students with free subscriptions to all AI assistants, or are they broke? They provide free Copilot for all students, which is, of course, the absolute worst LLM you could possibly ever use. But they provide Copilot for free, and then Gemini, OpenAI, and Codex all provide free usage for everyone, not just UIUC students, for all students of any university. So there's no need for UIUC to provide those because they're provided by the companies. Hope that helps. Oh, hilarious. Okay. Huh? Oh. Oh, you're saying, oh. I'm an idiot. I was like, what? Okay, wait, let me check Codebase. Codebase. I think there's a table. There's not a table, is there? No, there's not, I don't think. Oh, wait, you know, I already have this. I don't even know what that question is asking. I don't even know what that question is asking. Why does it have access to all these tables? Wait, I think this SQL snippet is wrong. I think this is wrong. What? Oh my gosh. Yo, this is so dumb. It's so stupid. Yo, it's so dumb. That is unbelievable. Now I have to add that to my task list, bro. Now I have to add that to my task list, bro. That is the stupidest thing it's ever done. Oh, current user. No, that's fine, actually. That's fine. Just Copilot brokies. Yeah, true that. Using it all the times. Yes, all of the times. Wait, hold on. Now I have a question. Using it all the times. Is that right? These kids. Wait, why is theirs different? Wait. Yo, I do not want to be a TA, bro. How did I get involved in AI farms? Yeah, I cold emailed. I don't think it's the best strat. It's definitely not the best strat. It might actually be the least optimal strat. But, you know, when you have no cards in your hands, dude, I just keep making up sentences. But I think that, well, you wouldn't have no cards in your hands. If you're strapped for options, I know that's a saying. If you're strapped for options, then cold emailing is something you can do. I think it should be the last option that you pursue. Knowing, okay, cold emailing is not as bad as LinkedIn. Bro, who checked their LinkedIn DMs, bro? My LinkedIn DMs are 99 plus, and they're all in, like, they filter them out. There's like a section for like people I know and a section for people I don't know. Yeah, LinkedIn is way worse. Okay, fine. LinkedIn is the worst. Okay, also emailing, there's different levels to emailing because you could email, like if you go to, for example, I go to the University of Illinois, so if I email an Illinois professor, since I have an Illinois email, it'll automatically go to the top of their inbox. But if you're from like a Gmail account, it's going to go to spam like 100%. I get emails from Gmail or Yahoo or anything like that, it goes to spam. Instantly filtered by illinois.edu. So I would say emailing within institution is probably the best out of those cold options. Texting would be the best, but you know, if you have their number, like you're probably already connected with them. Or calling. Talking to them in person is better though. Talking to them in person is better than cold emailing. Knowing them beforehand is better than cold emailing. Slack channel, if you happen to be in the same Slack as them, is better. So many options that are better than emailing. Dang. What is happening? Okay. Let's continue. Let me turn my music back on. It's so quiet in here. Oh wow, it's pretty loud. Wait, hold on. I'm so confused here. I have a meeting in 2 minutes. delete them. Oh, my meeting started. I'm about to be in a meeting. Okay, I am done with my meeting, and I'm kind of exhausted. I'm going to end stream. It's only 7 hours, so like typically my work days are longer, but the thing is I started stream late, so I woke up at like 6, went to the gym, and then did some work, and then hopped on a meeting. That meeting was even longer than this meeting, from like 9 to 11 pretty much. Yeah, 9 to 11 pretty much. And then here we are, streams from my meeting. Was it a productive yap session? I honestly did not contribute. I mean, you could go back and rewatch. I didn't like even say a single word. It was mainly a business meeting. I mean, I'm the CTO, so I guess I do have some business stuff that I have to like keep track of, but it's mainly the big dogs and the agriculture guys talking about the business stuff, and we're working on a pitch deck. I think we're kind of over engineering the pitch deck a little bit. We need funding, but it's fine because I'm in the middle of school, so I obviously can't do any crazy fundraising stuff. But if we don't have funding already by the time I graduate, once I graduate, then I'll actually start going on fundraising trips. I mean, I've received emails from countless VCs, but the problem is that we want the right type of funding. Why is Vercel emailing my school account? Like, that is like terrible. Definitely stop that. Bro, pop-up windows are not working on my computer like at all. But yeah, we need funding and more employees. We need funding so that we can pay our employees, and then we need more employees, and I need more money. Are you going to stream after college? Yeah, probably. Okay, hold on, let me get back to this page. Was it a whole time thought you were the big dog? Tell your CEO to stream. Well, I'm the CTO. Well, I am, like, when it comes to the code, I mean, I've written 99.9% of the code in our Codebase, and I've built the entire app pretty much from the ground up. I mean, with extensive help from other people on the knowledge side, but the actual, like, literally lines of code written has been pretty much only me. But like, I don't want to take away from what everyone else is doing. They're doing great work as well, but just the truth of the matter is that literally pretty much all the code in the code base is mine, or was written by me. And that's just to quantify the scale at which I'm contributing, not to say that other people are not doing work or not like doing as much work as me or whatever. I don't want to undermine the work that they're doing or discount any of it. I think people are contributing intellectually to the product very, very substantially. And I hope that it grows. It only grows. So I would say maybe I'm the big dog when it comes to code and stuff. I mean, I definitely am. If you sat in on one of the meetings that was about anything on the tech side, I mean, pretty much every question routes through me at this point. Which is like a bottleneck. It's not even like a flex, it's a bottleneck. I want code to be completely separate from my brain. That's like the ideal, is that other people have command over certain areas of the code base, but right now it's pretty much me on the entire thing. Can you explain your company? The website can. If you go to the website, it's aganswers.ai. I don't think I need to spell that, but I mean, maybe if you need me to about GPU programming. Yeah, I've seen some recent stuff. Mike is muted in a meeting. Say something. Any tips how to beat gambling addiction? No tips. I have no idea how to beat gambling addiction. Franchise rule, CS, 27 on that. Is it worth going into computer science right now? Yeah, it's worth it going into any major that you have a desire to learn. The only way to position yourself so that, you're saying that the market is oversaturated. If it's oversaturated with humans, then the solution is to become more competent than the other humans in the market. And if it's oversaturated by AI, it's pretty hard to be more competent than AI, but you still can be. And then the other solution to that is to be more useful than AI. AI is very scoped in its utility. The context window is only 1 million tokens, so it needs to be set out on a specific, very specific task. But if you're someone who is very intelligent and smart in multiple domains and can connect concepts and solve problems across a large variety of problems, then you should be positioned well to not be replaced by AI or something. So I don't think the entry-level market being saturated or oversaturated is something that would compel me to not pursue a degree in a certain domain. I think if you want to be an average, right? If you want to be like the median across all statistics, then maybe you should pursue a different degree. I would say that that's definitely the case. But if you want to be above average and you want to be someone who is self-productive, then it really doesn't matter what degree you pursue, as long as you pursue the routes that will lead you to getting the information that will position you to not be afflicted by an oversaturated market. I hope that makes sense. I think it should. Are you planning on pursuing a PhD at UIUC? We will see. How is he able to sit so long? He's not. He's about to stop sitting, actually, in like 10 minutes. You look like Victor? Is that real? Is that true? I'm much shorter than he is. What year are you? I'm a third year. What made you want to study physics? As I just said to this other guy, not saying that you're asking the same question, but I'm just saying to reiterate what I said to the other guy, I don't think it matters what you study in university to a large degree. And I think physics, and I say to a large degree because there are some specific, like if you want to go into civil engineering, you have to study civil engineering. But for knowledge work that I do and like AI and computer science, as long as you have the math and statistics fundamentals and computer science fundamentals, it doesn't really matter what you study outside of that. It's like getting a medical degree, right? Going to medical school, you don't actually need to study any specific major in undergrad. I know people who study history or art in undergrad, and then they take the prerequisites to go to medical school and gain the domain experience there. I think it's largely the same in my domain, is it doesn't really matter what you study in undergrad, as long as you are competent at solving problems and you learn the prerequisite information, you should have no problem what is the word? Acclimating. You'll have no problem acclimating to whatever domain you want to go into after you graduate. So the reason I pursued physics was I felt like it would position me very well to solve problems broadly. I think the skills learned and the character traits learned pursuing a physics degree are incomparable with respect to like other degrees like business or something. I think you get the same in math degrees, computer science degrees, any sort of engineering degree. I mean, at the end of the day, you're learning to solve problems and you're taking weed out classes that are designed to be impossible for students to pass, right? So the character traits and the level of problem solving ability you're going to gain from taking those classes is going to be universally applicable to any knowledge work in any domain whatsoever. And so that was one of the reasons. But the other reason is very simple, and I was interested in physics when I applied to university, and so that is the degree that I chose. It was the one that I was interested in. How can you stay so freakishly locked in, man? I need this sauce. I'm struggling in CS. I wouldn't say freakishly locked in. I think you just have to be smart about how you frame your locked in sessions, right? I take breaks to read chat. I take breaks to respond to emails. I take breaks to respond to text messages. So if you're taking breaks to scroll on Reels, you're taking breaks to scroll on TikTok or play Clash Royale, of course you're going to have a hard time coming back into your lock-in session or something, whatever you want to call it. So I would say it's probably not a problem with your ability to lock in, but what you're doing when you're not locked in. And a lot of things go into that: diet, exercise, sleep. Right now I feel completely fine. Like besides for being exhausted from working all day, I feel great. Like I am satiated for the most part. I am hungry, like I want to eat another meal, but my body has the nutrition it needs. I'm hydrated. I'm well rested. I exercised this morning, which allowed me to be able to sit for longer periods. And there's so many different reasons why exercising is beneficial, but there's also been studies that link exercise and memory, like retention, and so the ability to remember and recall information was better in people who exercised and slept regularly. Slept well regularly, I should say. So I would say the reason that I'm able to maybe have these sessions of prolonged focus is because of those things that I do outside of those focused times. I would say like within the focused times, like memory retention and ability to study, ability to learn, problem solving capabilities, those grow over time. So those will naturally accumulate just from like locking in and studying and focusing. But the ability to study itself comes from largely what I do outside of studying. I mean, there's a whole science about memory and learning, and I've read many research papers about active recall. What is the one technique? There's a technique, spaced repetition. That's what it's called. I just couldn't think of the name of it. I employ the technique subconsciously at this point now, but spaced repetition and active recall, I think, are the largest things you can do during studying to improve your ability to study. But I mean, outside I would say like 80% of it is probably outside of what you do outside of studying, like sleeping and eating and hydrating. Is a physics degree overhyped on difficulty? Absolutely. I don't know. I think university as a whole is overhyped on difficulty, right? I think a lot of the reasons that people struggle in these classes is that, obviously there's unique situations where people are not inclined to be good at a subject, or they have a terrible professor, or there's many things happening in their lives that impact their ability to participate in class and participate well. I would say if you don't have external factors that would limit your capabilities in university, like for me, I have great resources, great people who have helped me along the way. I have God-gifted abilities, and I don't have any like mental illness, afflictions, or anything. So since I don't have any of those, I would say anyone who is also in the same boat as me would not find college difficult if they put in the effort to study. I think returns at this stage are pretty linear. The more hours you put in, the higher grades you will receive. I believe that like with the entirety of my heart. And I've taken all sorts of classes. I've taken pretty much, or like all the major physics classes, taken all the major math classes, taken a bunch of classes across domains. So I've taken all the CS classes, of course, every single AI course that my school has to offer, pretty much. I mean, all the useful ones at least. Taken a robotics course. I've taken electrical engineering courses, computer engineering courses, philosophy courses. I'm trying to think of what else. Like religion. I mean, I'm not going to count gen eds because like that doesn't really count. But I've taken all these courses across all these different subjects, and I found them to all have relatively the same difficulty. Some may require more hours than others per week of studying, but that doesn't mean it's like inherently more difficult. I think it just requires more hours. So I have a separation between time, how much time you have to allocate towards these courses, and then also the actual raw difficulty of the courses. I think the difficulty remains constant. It's the time allocation that is variable across courses. I just do a money spread to lock in. Oh, that's good. What's the rest of the day typically look like after you're done working? Go to sleep, bro. I'm gonna eat dinner, maybe watch a show, go to bed, shower, of course, maybe make a couple phone calls. Today I have some credit card nonsense to figure out with these stupid people. No, they're not stupid, but I have some personal matters to attend to, which are going to be very annoying. I also have to do my dishes, make a protein shake. Weak foundations are also a big factor. A big factor in what specifically? What's the future of funding for grad school? Like, since the Cheeto is going rogue. No, I actually can infer what you're talking about, which is of course a ridiculous statement to make. And I also don't support any political polarization. I think that's one of the biggest things plaguing our country, is this polarization in the political space. But I'm going to rephrase your question to say, what's the future of funding for grad school look like under the current administration? And I honestly don't know too much about the answer to that question. I know when I was at Berkeley this summer, every like research lab had these like big banners on their front doors saying kill the cuts or something like that, because they were all losing funding from the government, which I think it affects public universities much more than private universities, although I'm really not competent in this field at all, so I don't know. I mean, I imagine lower funds from the government means lower funding across the board for these universities. So there's a lot of smart people at these universities, though, whose entire job it is to procure and allocate endowments and funds and generate funds. So I think the schools largely will figure it out. Maybe some of the staffed schools, so the smaller schools, will have a harder time because they don't have teams of people like that. So we'll see. I mean, I definitely do not support the government stepping away from education. I think the government should be very, very involved in the population's education, not at a curriculum level, but at a funding and infrastructure level, absolutely. I think the government should also subsidize learning from a very young age for people across the country, like unanimously. Every single person in the country should have some form of subsidized learning from the government. And you see that, I mean, in any country where you think there's good education, that's exactly what's happening. India, Singapore, South Korea, Japan, and I saved this one for last because it is the perfect example of this, and probably the most extreme example of this is China, where the government significantly allocates funds towards educating its population and nurturing that education from a very young age to a moderately old age. It's incredible the subsidizing that happens in education in those countries that lead all of the leaderboards for education and intelligence as well. I mean, it's hard to quantify intelligence, but the quantifiable metrics that we do use for intelligence, like IQ or assessment scores, those same countries trivially score much higher than countries with very low government impact in education. Do competition math? I didn't, but I do play ZeniMax. I play ZeniMax all the time, and I love competitive math. But I don't do like any real competitive math competitions. I'll do like online stuff, but I'm more focused on chess. I'm trying to become a chess master. Which over the board I'm actually close. Online, bro, I don't know what is wrong with my brain, but I cannot play online chess to save my life. I'm like, every one of my accounts on every single platform, Chess, chess.com, whatever, is just tanking. I can kill the bots. The bots are easy because they suck. But I don't know, online, I just run out of time. Every single time I'm playing, I run out of time. If you go on my chess.com, past 2 games, I was completely killing my opponent. Like, I did a game review on one of them. I played 87 accuracy. My opponent played 76 accuracy, and I was +5. I was +5 at the end. And I was, like, literally about to win, and I ran out of time. Lead Chess, I don't run out of time as often as on chess.com because Lead Chess has a bigger clock. I think chess.com needs to make their clock bigger and more prominent, but I run out of time every single time I play on chess.com. It's basically... like there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, they obviously need to send money to foreign countries. Yeah, I mean, of course that's sarcastic. I do think there is a need to send money to other countries when they need aid or what have you. But yeah, excessive involvement in war is usually never good for a country. You can just look at history. That's not even a political statement. Just look at history and see all the countries and how long they've survived and how many wars they get involved in. China is kind of an example of this. I mean, you could argue that they're overstepping in Taiwan or whatever, but largely China is seldomly involved in wars, and they've been around for 5,000 years and are a very strong country. In some respects, I mean, there are arguments about freedom and disparity or I wouldn't say disparity. Wait, is it disparity? Yeah, I think it's disparity. Is that the right word? Disparity? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, disparity across the country in terms of wealth and treatment and whatever, but step in and pay my tuition. That is exactly what we need. So, I mean, in all of these, that is a good point. In all of these statements, I'm incredibly biased because I literally want the government to pay my tuition. That is absolutely correct. I have a deep desire for the government to pay my tuition. So take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. It's all 100% completely biased. Maybe the reason why USA does not fund their own education as much is because they want to rely on foreign talent through H-1B visas. I think H-1B visas are very important. Having programs like that is very important. Every country has programs like that. I mean, some of the most selective countries in the world for naturalization, like Japan and South Korea and Singapore, have very, very strong skill-based permanent residence programs, and those directly help the economy. Any sort of knowledge that we can get imported into the country absolutely will help us 100%. I think H-1Bs are net cheaper for the government than funding its own civilians to get education, so maybe there's a financial incentive, but if a country is thinking long term, about its goals and becoming a better country, of course it would prioritize educating its citizens opposed to importing talent from other countries. But I do think there's immense value in having programs like the H-1B visa. And I have no reservations about H-1B at all. I did see, though, the current administration a while ago implemented some fees on the H-1B visa. Although they overstated them in the media, the fees still do exist for new H-1B visas, and make it less appealing to have H-1Bs. But some of these companies are paying because, if you don't prioritize education within your own country, it's harder for candidates to be competent from your own country. So they twist their arm, and they have to pay the government to have these H-1B visa employees because you can't afford to take it. People from, that's literally DEI. Which points out some hypocrisies in some of the lines of thinking. Prioritizing people from the United States solely because they're from the United States is inherently DEI. Without a shred of a doubt. That is and that's not even, I think DEI is much more nuanced than blindly helping people based off of certain characteristics. But the most naive understanding of DEI that is being fought against is this blind help just based off of one single characteristic, and prioritizing U.S. citizens over H-1B visas is the most the perfect example of DEI in that sense. So it is kind of apocryphal. Some of the people are advocating against DEI programs, but also saying that we need to make it harder for people to accept H-1B visas over United States citizens. I'm not saying I disagree. I think prioritizing United States citizens is better than prioritizing H-1B visas, but we just need to be consistent in our lines of thinking across the board. We do not get polar in here, buddy. Yeah, we don't. Did you do the grad school reveal? No, I didn't, not yet. I'm actually I've been reloading this page and there's been no changes. They told me March 30th. This one school told me March 30th, and I've yet to receive an email, and the office is obviously closed at 6 o'clock, so I don't know what they're doing. Plus 50 credit score? Yeah, my credit score is going up. But yeah, I'm gonna end stream. Someone texted me and said I can't speak up about issues. I'm being silenced. No, but seriously, I'm not here to stream my political views. Although they're relatively tame, and most of them, if not, well, actually, I would like to say that all of my political views are relatively unbiased and logic-based. Right? They're very rational opinions, I feel like. But of course, I'm incredibly biased by my life experiences, the places that I've lived, the people that I've interacted with, and the brain in my head. Everything you said was normal. Yeah, I would hope people say that my opinions are normal. If people are calling you crazy, then they might be crazy themselves, but more often than not, they might be a little bit correct. What are you looking to do post-grad? I'll answer that question in a future stream. I'm waiting for responses from grad school still. Do you believe in MAGA? I don't understand what do you I don't mean to be like Jordan Peterson, define believe. But seriously, define believe. Do I believe in it? Of course, it's like asking, do I believe in pencils? Pencils exist, right? So yes, I believe in them. MAGA exists, so in that sense, I believe in it. Yeah, I don't want to dodge your question, but I just don't quite get what you mean by believe in. Usually, beliefs are tied to something that's not provable. I believe that this is a possibility. I believe that this is the solution. I'm not sure I can believe in something that is undeniably exists already. WStream, have a good one. Yeah, I know, I need to end stream. Looking sharp, by the way, thanks, bro. What's best book to learn ML? It depends on what stage you're in. Mathematics for Machine Learning is the best intro book for math, and I think also intro book for machine learning. If you want, I always get the authors mixed up in these two textbooks, but if you want deeper textbooks that are good, for maybe if you have the mathematical background already and computer science background, is Pattern Recognition and the Deep Learning textbook. They're by, okay, I believe Deep Learning is by Christopher Bishop, and Pattern Recognition is by, oh yeah, I have to Google it, I don't remember. It's all on my bookshelf. That's where I'm going right now, is the bookshelf on my website. Oh no, I'm so stupid. Deep Learning is by Ian Goodfellow, and okay, wait, let me just reset. Ready? Right here, I'm resetting. Deep Learning is by Ian Goodfellow, and Pattern Recognition and Machine Learning is by Christopher M. Bishop. I highly recommend both of those two books if you're trying to deepen your understanding in AI or ML. And then, like, the way that I pretty much have learned most of the stuff that I know today is by reading research papers and doing actual research or implementation. Both of those, I think, or all of those methods, I think, are the best. Textbooks are good for the beginning, but I think all textbooks at this point are, in AI, all textbooks are out of date. You cannot find a single textbook that's up to date on research. You'll read the textbook and then you'll read research papers, and you still won't understand what the research papers say because the math and the concepts are all brand new entirely. I think the fundamentals are largely the same, but they can only take you so far. Would you ever post blogs? I mean, I did when I was like a little kid, but no, probably not. What you do when you're not studying? All sorts of things, bro. Follow my Instagram. You see what I do on a month-to-month basis whenever okay, this kid's calling me. One of my mods is calling me. I really do need to end stream though. I've been just delaying it by answering these questions, but I'm also waiting for this grad school to get back to me. I'm refreshing this page. Nothing's happening. Hello? Any good? All right, that's my cue. All right, see y'all later, bro.